Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chief Guest, Excellencies, participants, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. I have the honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the International Seminar Ideas 2024. This year's seminar is titled Pakistan's Defense Production Potential, Challenges, Opportunities and Way Forward. The seminar provides a timely platform to evaluate Pakistan's defense production capabilities, explore sustainable growth pathways, and chart a clear way forward. It will facilitate idea generation, partnership building, and consensus on the essential steps to strengthen Pakistan's defense industry, positioning it to address both current and future challenges effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, to commence with the inaugural session, I will now invite Major General Asad Nawaz Khan, 𝐿𝐴 Military, the Director General of Defense Export Promotion Organization, to deliver his welcome remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected Chief Guest, Chairman Joint Chief of Staff Committee, General 𝐈𝐃𝐄𝐒 𝐏𝐚𝐬𝐿, 𝐁 Professor Dr. Ismail Damir, speakers, moderators, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. It is my profound privilege to welcome all of you at the Seminar of Ideas 2024. Which is titled Pakistan's Defense Production, Potential, Challenges, Opportunities and Way Forward. This flagship seminar of ideas presents diverse perspectives on emerging and contemporary defense-related subjects of national and international significance. Your presence here today underscores our shared commitment to enhancing our national defense capabilities. I especially welcome our esteemed guest speakers, including Dr. Ismail Damir, Air Marshal Retired Farhat Hussain Khan, Dr. Nabil Hayat Malik, Dr. Athar Osama, and Air Vice Marshal Dr. Liaqatullah. And the moderator of today's session, Air Vice Marshal Retired Rizwan Riaz. Ladies and gentlemen, having a history of over 2 decades, IDEAS is a forum for international and domestic exhibitors, delegations, and policy planners to exploit opportunities and promote cooperation in the defense sector. It allows Pakistan defense industry to showcase products and interact with the international community for forging better understanding, marketing, joint venturing, and collaborating. IDEAS also provides an intellectual platform in the shape of an international seminar to assess and evaluate the products and technologies, share common views, and explore strategic options. The significance of events like this is ever increasing as we face the continuous flux of technology, innovation, evolving threat, and response mechanism along with the conventional and non-conventional security dimensions. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark upon this dialogue, we need to acknowledge the vital role that a robust defense production industry plays in ensuring a country's national security and sovereignty. In an increasingly complex global landscape, it's imperative that we not only assess our current capabilities, but also proactively chart a course for our future growth and innovation. Distinguished guests, today's seminar aims at fostering critical dialogue on the future path of Pakistan defense industry. It seeks to evaluate our current capabilities, critically analyze Turkey's case study of paradigm shift in this sector, identifying strengths and areas of improvement, and address the challenges such as the widening technological gaps that we have and related policy level impediments, especially for the private sector that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, although the path ahead is challenging, yet I firmly believe it's filled with opportunities. As we engage in the intellectual discourse today, I encourage all of you, including the audience, to share your insight and experiences, especially during our vibrant question and answer session, so that together we can forge a comprehensive strategy that not only meets our defense needs, but also contribute to our economic and technological advancement. Let's work together to harness the full potential of our defense production industry, ensuring that it serves as a cornerstone of our national security and progress. I once again thank you all for coming over and attending this seminar, and also like to thank ISRA for organizing this capstone seminar on this event. Thank you. And I also hope that today's seminar shall bring out new insights and generate constructive debate revolving around defense production with a view to devising innovative ideas for planning a comprehensive strategy to reshape our robust defense industry, optimally utilizing private-public partnership in the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. I would now invite the Honorable Chief Guest, General Sahir Shamshad Mirza, 𝐿𝐴 Military, Chairman Joint Chiefs of Staff Committee, to deliver his keynote address.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। मेरे जनरल असद नवाज खान 𝐿𝐴 मिलिट्री डायरेक्टर जनरल डिफेंस एंड एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, डॉक्टर इस्माइल हिज एक्सीलेंसी, distinguished members of national and international strategic community and the defense industry, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. It is indeed a matter of professional privilege and a personal honor for me to address this august gathering on a theme of great significance, not just for Pakistan, but also for the defense community. I would also like to express my deep appreciation for the efforts of Defense and Exports Promotion Organization and other entities involved in organizing Ideas 224, a platform which has emerged as a significant event in the defense exhibition calendar, both regionally and globally, and a valuable platform for exchange of views on the defense production challenges and opportunities. Diverse representation and increased participation compared to the previous years is indeed a testimony to this fact and a proof of continuous quest for improvement and collaboration on part of Pakistan's defense industrial fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, today, where the global security milieu is uncertain and the character of war is rapidly changing, cooperation and collaboration are more crucial than ever. Precisely, the role forums like Ideas are designed to actually play. In the same context, I have today structured my talk to cover global and regional geostrategic and security landscape, an overview of the emerging and changing character of conflict, the attendant trends in the global defense industrial mosaic, an overview of Pakistan's defense production capabilities. And finally, I would like to give some concluding thoughts reflecting a possible way forward. Ladies and gentlemen, at the global level, we see that the world is undergoing a transition essentially in 4 dimensions. Firstly, there is a shift in polarity from a unipolar to somewhat a multipolar world. We can say that today the world is at its inflection point. And in the words of Ian Bremmer, at ground zero, where no single country or bloc has sufficient political and economic influence to shape the global agenda. Secondly, the resultant changes and the resurgence in geopolitical discourse, wherein the primacy of geoeconomics is today under stress. We see a multifaceted approach to international relations, where military posturing, ideological battles, and economic leverages are gaining prominence. Third, there is a re-emergence of great power contestation. We observe a recalibration of balance of power with emphasis on issue-based partnerships instead of traditional alliances, wherein the emerging technologies like the artificial intelligence, cyber, electronic warfare, space, and other niche domains are today becoming the principal constituents of the power contestation. Finally, the fourth transition relates to the colliding waves of globalization versus nationalism. Politically, we see an increasing trend of minilateralism, exceptionalism, and regionalism, creating somewhat a disruptive security environment. Regional and extra-regional arrangements like Quad, I2U2, and AUKUS, being a manifestation of this approach, are redrawing the security paradigm in the region. Notions of the return of right, West versus the rest, and global North versus the global South have started to somewhat echo with a greater resonance. Ladies and gentlemen, multilateral fora are becoming extensively politicized, thus increasingly complicating non-proliferation regimes, arms control consensus, cooperation on non-traditional security challenges, and terrorism. Transformative fusion of emerging technologies with artificial intelligence has ushered an indefinite dividend while creating challenges and raising questions on aspects of national security, the interstate relations, strategic competition, and unwarranted proliferation. Defining elements of the state power are under fundamental transformation, questioning the traditional notions of balance and deterrence in interstate relationship. Pursuit of domination in military is creating novel and niche spheres of strategic competition with profound implications on both the regional and the global environment. World has shied away from the chronic hotbeds of conflicts, including Palestine and the Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and thus has been unable to solidify states' confidence on the global system to limit social, economic, and ideological disillusionment. Ladies and gentlemen, conflicts have become too many and too complex, with resultant stress on the defense industry's capacity and capability worldwide. Forces of disorder are today growing in power. Proxies driven by regional and global interests are becoming more pronounced. Voids in the global security architecture are encouraging certain actors to seek conflict resolution by force, further eroding our confidence on the global system. This is impaired by unfair technology denials, weaponization of human needs, and blatant regards of criteria-based and rule-based approaches, rather disregard in the global system. In this dilemma of evolving global order, national security, particularly of smaller and middle countries, cannot be sublet on the hopes and promises of international law and systems of conflict resolution, justice, equitable rights, financial institutions, and human rights. This suggests that indigenous and self-enabled military capabilities are essential and sine qua non of our respective national security. Ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell, one can say that global order today is in a state of flux. How the world will transition into a new global system will largely depend upon the approach taken by the world powers. Will it be decoupling or de-risking, accommodation and cooperation, or competition and contestation, or open kinetic rivalries, leading to catastrophic showdowns, or a mere domain-specific combination of posturing? All this is yet to be seen. In Europe, the protracted nature of Russia-Ukraine conflict, besides stressing transatlantic partnership, has altered Europe's security architecture with enhanced defense spending and shifting of focus from soft power to hard power. Africa is capitalizing on its newfound identity. Global powers are rushing in for resources and influence, and region's economy is expecting a positive relevance at the global stage. However, unrest in some of the significant African countries like Sudan is hindering this destined prosperity. In the Middle East, besides Israel's gross human rights violations in Palestine and Lebanon, ladies and gentlemen, there is a high risk of conflict expansion. Excuse me. Characterized by drone and missile warfare, modern air defense systems, and asymmetric strategies of conflict prosecution. Asia Pacific and the Indian Ocean region are today wrangling hot amidst intense strategic alignments and witnessing an increased militarization. Strategic competition in Asia Pacific has led to strategic patronization of some states that has implications not only for the region but for the contiguous zones, especially in South Asia. The outlook of South Asia is being shaped by geopolitical rivalries, peculiar character of Pakistan-India-China equation, perpetual instability in Afghanistan, strategic patronization of India, and the unresolved Indo-Pakistan dispute with Kashmir lying at the center stage. India is today getting leverages of a net security provider. Ladies and gentlemen, a misplaced notion that not just defies the fundamental principles of power and strategic equilibrium and disregards geopolitical rationality, but also undermines the United Nations cardinal principle of equal and undiminished security of all states. It is only a matter of time that this assertion will prove itself. I just hope that it is not too late or too catastrophic for the world. Ladies and gentlemen, amidst a turbulent geostrategic landscape, let us examine how technology is impacting the character of warfare, the mainstay of any defense industry. At the global level, a new comprehensive arms race has ensued that includes emerging new weapons and niche technologies. These are likely to impact complete facet and understanding of raising, maintaining, and application of the military forces. Technology is appearing dominant in the complete spectrum of conflict and war fighting. High-tech and asymmetric strategies through drone and counter-drone systems, EW, and counter-EW spectrums, ballistic missiles, and air defense or missile defense shields have already started to dominate armed conflicts and force development. Disruptive technologies are in preponderance with high precision applications and non-contact warfare toolkit, challenging erstwhile notions of force projection and force protection. While we so far considered space a safe and global common, it is not the case any longer. 40 years down the line of Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative, which was considered akin to fiction fighting of Star Wars, the latter has become a reality as the hunter-killer satellites, ASAT weapons, and other offensive weapon systems are permanently changing the peaceful nature of our outer space. Today, AI-driven information operations are immensely powerful to shape the public opinions. Therefore, commonly recognized notions of sovereignty and territorial integrity are becoming increasingly elusive and contested. Lethal autonomous weapon systems are revolutionizing warfighting based on augmented efficiency, reduced human involvement, and algorithmic decision-making, at the same time creating ethical, emotional, and moral challenges. Likewise, we are at the cusp of experiencing a complete shift in human training, where virtual and augmented reality will play a leading role. Precision engagements, augmented targeting, virtual command advisor shall become a norm and extremely complex for exercising human oversight. In a nutshell, we can assume that the use of niche technologies and ideas have the potential to play probably defining role in the future conflicts. However, while we are likely to see the primacy of high-tempo, modern, and smart mechanized application of integrated forces, I believe that the operational levels, maneuver mechanized warfare, and conventional warfighting strategies will also remain in currency, at least for the foreseeable future. As military strategies evolve to incorporate emerging domains, seamless integration of conventional and advanced systems will be vital in addressing complex security challenges and ensuring comprehensive defense capabilities for the nations worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, the global defense industrial production landscape presents several opportunities as well as challenges stemming from evolving geopolitical dynamics, technological advancements, and economic factors. I'll give you a breakdown of that. The contemporary conflicts and the rising geopolitical tensions have led to surge in the global military spending. Nations are responding to this volatile landscape and diversified threat spectrum by strengthening military capabilities, leading to increased investments in arms, military technologies, and defense infrastructure. Defense industry is today being transformed by rapid technological advancements. Key domains such as AI, autonomous systems, hypersonic and directed energy weapons, cyber warfare capabilities, and space-based technologies are today becoming essential. This drives significant R&D investment and intensifies competition in order to maintain technological advantage. Recognizing interconnected nature of contemporary warfare, there's a growing emphasis on multi-domain and multinational interoperability and collaboration. Joint development initiatives, technology exchanges, and standardization are becoming fundamental components of defense and diplomatic relations. Private sector and the startups are taking on an increasingly important role in defense production. In fact, they are witnessing a boom. This shift from conventional state propriety over the defense industry highlights need for an effective collaboration with the private entities essential for resource optimization, and energizing innovation while efficiently managing intellectual property and technology transfers. Export control regimes and technology denials pose significant challenges for developing countries and production entities, making partnerships and indigenization vital for fulfilling national security needs. This selective approach towards defense collaboration, however, encourages new players and partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, supply chain disruptions witnessed in the recent past in the COVID, coupled with protracted nature of ongoing conflicts, have prompted the need for building resilient and diversified assembly lines and logistics ecosystems, reducing reliance on single-source providers and promoting domestic production capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, in the midst of technological revolution, relevance and development of conventional means of warfare is likely to endure, underscoring the need for sustaining parallel competencies and capabilities. Infusion of emerging technologies with conventional systems, therefore, offers rich dividends, meriting focused attention of the global defense community. Amidst challenges and opportunities matrix, Pakistan's defense industrial complex has made significant strides, evident from the fact that our armed forces are primarily reliant on this valuable resource. We have, alhamdulillah, well-established R&D setups and quality human resource, able to provide technologically high-end and cost-effective solutions, validated through stringent standards of safety and quality by the Pakistan Armed Forces. I would like to share some highlights with you. Ladies and gentlemen, our strategic capability is the pinnacle of Pakistan's defense industrial prowess, built from scratch and sustained at the cutting edge solely through our indigenous endeavors. This state-of-the-art capability, developed by overcoming formidable impediments, including stringent export restrictions, is the epitome of exceptional human expertise and technological innovation this country is blessed with. Pakistan's defense industry is force behind the Pakistan's battle-hardened armed forces, and it is playing a vital role in equipping the forces with modern and technologically advanced systems which continue to prove their mettle in different conflict zones. Through superior R&D and using innovative and cost-effective solutions, these industries are not only fulfilling countries' essential defense requirements, but also exploring avenues of collaboration in the international defense market. Joint ventures and development of warfighting systems, such as internationally recognized JF-17 and Super Mashak aircraft, UAVs, UCAVs in the Sharper series, advanced main battle tanks, Al-Khalid Al-Zarar and Haider, APCs, EW and communication systems, maritime patrol vessels, small arms, including the newly developed sniper weapon system PK-47 and high-grade ammunitions, are indeed a testimony to this reality. We are also pursuing developing corresponding capabilities in the emerging niche technologies from multiple platforms. Here I would like to make a special mention of the National Aerospace Science and Technology Park and the Maritime Park, which are fostering culture of innovation, collaboration, and entrepreneurship in the fields of aerospace, cyber, maritime, and computing. Ladies and gentlemen, 21st century marks a transition from an industrial, resource-intensive economy to the one driven by knowledge and characterized by advanced human capital and rapid technological innovations. Analysis of the defense production trends has amply highlighted both the challenges and the opportunities that reside ahead. Adapting to these trends is not a matter of choice, rather today a compulsion. We must leverage emerging technologies, invest in modern manufacturing processes, and embrace innovation to stay competitive at the global level. Here, the role of academic institutions and think tanks in bolstering the defense production capabilities can hardly be overemphasized. We must foster stronger collaboration between the public and private sectors, ensuring that R&D, especially by the young budding minds, remain at the forefront. Here I would like to particularly commend Director General DEPO for his initiative of bringing in startup to the ideas for the very first time. I am optimistic that together we can create an ecosystem that not only enhances our production potential, but positions Pakistan as a key player in the global defense and industrial landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan remains open to all forms of defense collaboration. May it be collaboration in innovation and production, training exchanges, and the sharing of expertise in counterterrorism. Pakistan Armed Forces are looking forward to deepen mutually beneficial partnerships with all the friendly countries. Despite these numerous challenges, with collective efforts, astute planning, and unflinching resolve, we can achieve our goals and build a robust defense production sector that upholds our reputation and stature on the international canvas. As the defense production industry strives for self-reliance, modernization, and indigenization, may Allah grant us the strength and wisdom to contribute building a strong, secure, and a prosperous Pakistan. Thank you all once again for our participation and support. Pakistan Zindabad, Pakistan Armed Forces, Paindabad. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed towards the thematic session of the seminar. I would now request the moderator and speakers to kindly take their seats on the stage. Our moderator for today's seminar is Air Vice Marshal Dr. Rizwan Riaz, retired 𝐒 military. Let me introduce him to you all. Air Vice Marshal Dr. Rizwan Riaz assumed the office of Pro-Rector for Research, Innovation and Commercialization at the National University of Sciences and Technology in April 2021. His affiliation with NAST dates back to 2008. A graduate in aeronautical engineering from the U.S. Air Force Academy, Colorado Springs, in 1990, he obtained Masters in Aerospace Engineering from NAST, Pakistan in 2004 and PhD in Mechanical Engineering in Computational Fluid Dynamics from University of Manchester, UK in 2008. In his current role as Pro-Rector for Research, Innovation and Commercialization and as Vice President of the National Science and Technology Park, NSTP, Dr. Rizwan is committed to taking NAST to higher levels of meaningful R&D as a fourth-generation university, promoting innovation and technology transfer to the industry and striving for the betterment of society as a whole. Welcome, sir. I would now request the Honorable Moderator to commence the proceedings. Over to you, sir.
Distinguished speakers, distinguished guests, Honorable Chief Guest, sir. With your permission, I will start the session. So we are blessed today with a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge on this stage. So I will briefly introduce our speakers, and then we will give more detailed introductions when we get to each speaker. I'm quite sure in the defense community, most of them are don't require a lot of introduction. Professor Dr. Ismail Zamir is a well-known figure in the international defense industry ecosystem and probably one of the architects of the Turkish success story that we are going to hopefully hear from him today. Air Marshal Farhat, our ex-Vice Chief of the Air Staff, head of the JF-17 program, and chairman of the Aeronautical Complex, brings with him a very, very unique set of experiences, very relevant to the seminar today. Moving on to Dr. Atar Osama, who's worked in the Government Sector Planning Commission. I've actually had the honor of working with pretty much all of these gentlemen at some point on making policy-level inputs of how to build up the defense industry, basing the strength of the existing base in Pakistan. Dr. Nabil Hayat Malik, the ex-chairman NESCOM, again brings with him an experience which is unmatched. As the chairman, Joint Chiefs, was mentioning, this is our pride and joy, the strategic department, and he will be sharing his thoughts from there. And finally, Air Vice Marshal Dr. Liaquat, who's currently the Chief Project Director of the NASTP, will bring the cutting edge of technology development and startups to this thought process. So before I start, I wanted to make a couple of points on my own. The theme of this topic is so vast that if we just focus on the potential, that word potential, or we focus just on one of those areas, you will see that the experience based here will not only tell you about the past, but will tell you about how we're going to go into the future. Because today we are living through a jump-on point. We are living through a technological era where there's a major shift going on in how we are going to do things, how the military industry is going to grow, how the military industrial complex will evolve itself towards the AI-enabled autonomous systems, reach expanding to thousands of miles, etc. So today we are not only talking about how to build more tanks and aircraft, we're talking about how more technologies can be indigenized, where one piece of software can ground whole fleets, where one malware can take out the national grid, where one piece of autonomous system software can replace thousands of people. So we are living through a technological jump-on point where the rest of the world and countries who are still developing actually share the same space, because there's no experience which we can base this on. And this provides an opportunity. As a pro-rector of an entrepreneurial university, I believe that this jump-on point is not only Pakistan's opportunity, but the opportunity for any country which wants to overtake what has already been done. You could have the largest landline network in the world, but the mobile technology changes the world. Well, today also, you can have the largest air force or army in the world, but artificial intelligence can change the game. So how are we going to use those is going to be one of the topics that I would like all our speakers to express upon. And before we start with the speeches, I have a special prize for whoever ends their speech in 15 minutes. So the 20-minute deadline, please follow the deadline, because we have a large session of interactive thing. But whoever ends in 15 minutes, we're going to give a special prize. So with that, let me start the session by introducing and inviting Professor Zamir to the dais. Sir, your experience as the president of the Turkish defense industry gives you a point of view which I think is very, very useful for the Pakistani defense industry, which we hope to emulate your use case and see how you've introduced the R&D element and how you've introduced development into the production. So it's not just production, it's a lot of research and development going into it. So sir, please share your thoughts.
Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to thank all the other speakers and attendees. Actually, everything starts from the top-down policy making and structuring the governance, and then it flows down to the industry. governance means you have your strategic goals in the country, your national interests, and then, of course, it flows down. There is a motto saying that, okay, we have to develop our defense industry. And there are two things here. One is for countries like ours, we have to run after the things that are conventionally available technologies. We are trying to produce our own tanks, our engines, and these are available and known technologies that we are running after and we are trying to catch up. And on the other hand, there are things that are in the future. Now, we started talking about the AI and softwares and all these autonomous systems and things like that. And also there will be more coming in the future that right now, I'm sure there are studies in universities at research level that we can see the results maybe in 10 or 20 years. So you should not miss any of them. So we should tackle all of them together. And in this structure, there is a very common thing that everyone talks. Okay, how can we connect research to applied research, then to prototyping and fielding and testing? And theoretically, we can talk all about this, but when it comes to action, it is a different thing. We can write a lot of things on the paper, and if you ask 100 people, 90 of them will tell you the right things. But the execution is important. Then the execution, an institution like Turkish Defense Secretariat, the SSP, is a kind of middle point connecting the decision making and the user to the research and industry. There is one entity who is in charge of indigenization, supporting defense industry. This is the only task. So we know that user has really immediate needs, okay, but in the meantime, we have to develop our industry, and user cannot wait for you to deliver for 10 years or 5 years. So in one hand, you can utilize the procurement process to the benefit of your country. On the other hand, you can collaborate with the user to improve your products. So this is the connection that we must have in all the grounds. So an overseeing body can work with the universities, technoparks, research institutes, and also work with the user, get their needs, and take that needs and analyze them, and also convince them for the localization, local products, and also take care of the entire process of research, development, innovation, prototyping, fielding, and serial production. In the meantime, work together with the user on the field to get feedback from the products. Also, get together, make planning, and look at the future needs, future technologies. So in order to do this, we need resources. When it comes to resources, we always think about the financing and the monetary things, but human resources are the most essential and important thing. If we have policies rightly to use human resources, not only in our country, especially like this medium, the friendly countries here must collaborate in human resources level. It doesn't take too much money to collaborate, but it takes a lot of benefits. It gives a lot of benefits because the brains are the most important thing, and that's how we can excel our technology. That's how we can go future, and sharing the current technology is also important. And sometimes it has been always thought commercial terms. You know, a company here in Pakistan and Turkey, when they come to talk, and they just talk about the commercial terms and the sales and exports, but most important thing is to create a synergy with common benefits. Then the commercial terms will come after that. And one of the duties of the defense industry, environment, and research institute also must be attracting the customer's attention. What I mean is, usually the traditional way is customer, the user, will define the needs, and they will ask something, or they will foresee some needs, and then we can start. Instead, we can start ourselves looking and have a better knowledge of a research environment and science environment. We can offer our own solutions and products and innovations to the user to really attract their attention. So this is a kind of two-way process. Traditionally, it goes always in one way, but there is a two-way approach needed. And I am coming from academia, and in academic world, people could be happy to go deep down on their theoretical research and publish papers, etc. But to connect them to the real life and the real needs of the user and country is a must. And if we don't do this, I give an example of the gears are rotating without touching to each other, and they are consuming a lot of energy. But what is the outcome for the country? Nothing. So a kind of force should connect these gears in a meaningful manner to get this engine running. So this is, in a nutshell, what I would like to say. And I don't want to take too much of your time. Maybe at the end we can have a couple of more words. Thank you very much.
So I think he's going to get the prize. So, sir, moving on, I would like to take lead from Quaid-e-Azam's words when he came to the PF Academy in '98. And while everyone in the audience will probably have heard the part where he said Pakistan Air Force must be second to none, there was a second part to that speech where he said, it's only with discipline and self-reliance that you will be able to achieve this. So this self-reliance part is, of course, what we are talking about today. And the experience that Air Marshal Farhat Hussain Khan brings to this talk, as having headed not only the Pakistan Aeronautical Complex, but headed the JF-17 program, and of course, as the Vice Chief of the Air Force, having overseen everything that goes around, and the current CEO of the Aerospace Design Innovation Center. Sir, how do you see the evolving trends in technology? How do you see the industry requirements changing with technology and the goals that we set for ourselves? How do you think the arms production of the past and today will differ? Over to you, sir. Sir, please.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. I intend to talk in the following sequence. The history of weapons is as old as the humanity itself. From the earliest crude tools used for hunting and self-defense to the sophisticated firearms of the 19th century, weapons have played a defining role in shaping the course of civilizations, warfare, and even the cultures. Stones, clubs, and sharpened sticks, readily available in the natural environment, served as the first tool for hunting and inevitably for conflict between individuals and groups. As humans migrated and encountered new environments and prey, their weapons adapted. The development of projectile weapons like bow and arrow added to the accuracy and range, fundamentally altering the dynamics of combat. With the development of metallurgy, particularly the ability to work with copper and later bronze, ushered in a new era of swords, daggers, and axes that became symbol of power. The introduction of gunpowder from China in 13th century revolutionized warfare on a global scale. Early firearms, crude, unreliable, gradually evolved into more sophisticated weapons, cannons, capable of breaching castles and devastating enemy formations, transformed siege warfare and shifted the balance of power in favor of those who could master the new technology, and led to the development of standing armies and the professionalism of warfare. The industrial revolution transformed the design of weapons and led to the mass production, making firearms more readily available and affordable. Advances in metallurgy and precision engineering led to the development of more accurate and reliable firearms like the machine gun. Fast forward to 20th century, that witnessed unprecedented acceleration in the development of weapon technologies, driven by two world wars and the Cold War. World War I served as a grim testing ground for these new weapons like poison gas, tanks, heavy artillery, and the aircraft, forever changing the face of warfare, resulting into unprecedented casualties and highlighted the destructive potential of modern weaponry. The interwar period witnessed continued innovation into weapon technology. Aircraft initially used for reconnaissance and limited bombing raids in World War I evolved into a faster, more powerful machine capable of carrying heavier payloads and laid the foundation for aerial warfare for the World War II. The development of heavier armor and improved suspension systems led to the creation of formidable armor vehicles and playing decisive role in combat. World War II saw the widespread use of strategic bombing, with cities like London and Tokyo subject to devastation through air raids. The development of radar and sonar revolutionized naval and air warfare, allowing the detection and targeting of enemy forces at greater distances. The most significant development of the war, however, was the creation of atomic bomb. Now a few words on evolving trends in global arms production and their impact on the nature of warfare. In sync with the development, global arms production landscape is undergoing transformation and changes driven by technological advancements, with an increased focus on emerging technologies. As the nations drive to enhance their military capabilities, the last decade has shown a notable shift towards smart weaponry. This evolution reflects the growing demand of load detection, precision, lethality, efficiency, and adaptability in the modern warfare. The integration of cutting-edge technologies into arms production has led to the development of smart weapons that utilized advanced guidance systems, sensors, and AI. These weapons are designed for improved accuracy, minimize collateral damages, and enhance operational effectiveness through higher kill probability. For instance, PGMs and missiles have transformed the nature of kinetic element of warfare, particularly airstrikes, allowing militaries to engage targets with unprecedented accuracy. allowing the incorporation of space assets and autonomous systems further enhances battlefield capabilities and reduces attrition. The increased use of long-range smart weapons in a very recent conflict, that is Ops Sentinel 2019, re-established the concept of standoff deliveries with pinpoint accuracies and enhanced destructive power with reduced collateral damage. Emerging technologies, on the other hand, are having profound impact on the kinetic as well as non-kinetic element of warfare. An important weapon for non-kinetic engagement is cyber warfare, which is not just a slideshow, it is a game changer. It is no longer just boots on the ground, but also bytes in the network. Cyber attacks can cripple critical infrastructure, disrupt communication, and show chaos in ways that were unimaginable a few decades ago. Think of a virtual battlefield where battles for information dominance are waged, influencing the real-world outcome of conflicts. Ignoring the cyber warfare, gentlemen, would be like fighting blindfolded in the 21st century. Unmanned aerial vehicles, commonly known as drones, have revolutionized the warfare yet again. Initially used primarily for reconnaissance and surveillance, drones have evolved into sophisticated weapon platforms capable of delivering precision strikes with minimal risk to human operators. The proliferation of drone technology has democratized access to aerial warfare, empowering the non-state actors. Drones are were observed in recent employment, have demonstrated their adaptability and impact on battlefields. Development of swarming drone technology, where multiple drones operate autonomously, is posing a new challenge to the traditional air defense systems. Hypersonic weapons challenge traditional notions of deterrence and strategic stability. Their spread and maneuverability compresses decision-making timeline, increasing the risk of miscalculation and escalation. The development of effective countermeasures to hypersonic weapons remains a technological challenge. Further fueling the pursuit of this technology, application of drone technology and use of hypersonic weapons, flying at the speed of Mach 15 plus and reaching 2,000 kilometers away in less than 7 minutes during the recent Middle East engagements has been a nightmare for air defense systems of the strongest type. Investment in hypersonic weapons technology by China, Russia, US, and some other states raises concerns about new arms race reflecting complex geopolitical environment. The question arises that how come a country under sanctions for almost 4 decades develops systems to counter potent military force thousands of miles away and also be rated amongst the first 5 countries in the lineup of cyber warfare capability? The answer lies simply in spending 5% of the GDP for over 3 decades on education. Proliferation of technologies across our neighborhood, though through US-sponsored Indo-Pacific strategy, throws yet another challenge to Pakistan and the needs to be taken care of. The high-tech weapons, particularly those falling in the domains of aerospace force, in kinetic as well as non-kinetic warfare, due to their sensitivities as well as cost, leaving our defense production industry with no choice but to adopt a calculated path of indigenization. This accessibility to sophisticated weaponry has intensified regional arms race, where the nations are investing in military modernization and fifth-generation weaponry through collaborative as well as indigenous models. As global tensions rise, the interplay of these factors underscores the evolving nature of conflicts, necessitating adaptive strategies for national security and defense spending. Now let's move over to our defense production or the weapon production model and analyze its strengths and weaknesses. Development of any weapon system has three distinct stages before it can be put to use as a product. First, the design. Designers are intellectuals, forward-looking, painstaking, multifaceted individuals who conceive the project based on available technologies and user requirements, and route through various stages, namely conceptual, primary, and detailed design. Design is more than just aesthetics or ergonomics. This is mostly a drawing board and software-driven activity involving simulations. Development, after having signed the product, it goes through the stages of development, which includes prototyping and testing. While the design is a blueprint of weapon system, development is where the blueprint comes into light. During the process, concepts are rigorously tested, refined, and transformed into tangible reality. The process helps the designer verify this design performance parameters before declaring it fit for manufacturing and subsequently induction and employment. Production industry takes over the serial production with numbers dictated by the client's requirement to meet operational employments. This model, ladies and gentlemen, that is design development leading to production, is followed across the globe by developed industries and is sustainable in technological as well as industrial growth. Its advantages are being technology-based. The model promotes R&D, helps in enhancing practical knowledge, provides redundancy against sanctions, helps promote downstream industry, and strengthens national economy through job creation and exports. Our model, on the other hand, follows a system-based philosophy where the user, in pursuit of his own operational capability, selects a weapon system of commander's choice and then selects local production through transfer of technology limited to CBUs, CKD, and SKDs. This model is user-driven and expensive. This model does provide limited know-how and is actually transfer of production, that is TOP, commonly called TOT, which it is not, and is useful possibly for growth of MRO industry only. With virtually no participation in design process, it hardly provides any access to new technologies, and therefore dependence on OEM and the designer continues throughout the service life of the project or the weapon system. This approach does not support formation of R&D based industry and thus does not support induction of contemporary technologies. Lack of opportunity for developing academia-industry relationship. Therefore, our education system produces theoretical graduates rather than practical wizards, stays limited to public sector with very little contribution in growth in the private sector industry or the downstream industry. Being system-based, it is expensive, and in technological terms, is not sustainable. Being OEM dependent, it does not have the provision of intellectual property rights. To conclude my talk on the fast evolving proliferation of smart and range weapons, is significant impact on nature of warfare without having an appropriate weapon system development and production system, and being part of relatively unstable region, throws in a serious challenge to our national security, where the economy may not be able to procure and matching weapon inventory in future. Therefore, realigning our industry and shifting focus from procurement to design and development or system-based methodology to technology-based model, although it is easier said than done. It is need of the hour. We have no choice. Due inherent conflict between the operator's requirement and the development that has own mechanism, it would therefore need determination of the three services to support the industry to shift from procurement, that is TOP, to the design and development methodology. By setting up Aerospace Design and Innovation Center, commonly called ADIC, under the National Aerospace and Science and Technology Park, Pakistan Air Force has taken the right initiative in this direction. And I request the other services to follow the suit. Evolution of emerging technology, particularly AI, cyber warfare, UAVs, and hypersonic weapons are affecting both kinetic and non-kinetic domains of the warfare. While the region may not see these weapons in use in the entirety, but that is where the future lies. In line with the geopolitical environment and shape of conflicts to come, and the economy under pressure for foreseeable future, our production path needs to shift through a gradual format to technology-based. Support national economy through indigenization of technologies and provide the path of enhancing exports. Ensure industry-academia linkage. Increase the education budget more so on the R&D. Empower the industry with on-spot decisions. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I really like the recommendations. I think if we follow that through, lots of problems will be solved. Dr. Atar Osama is one of those people who has been behind the scenes and has done some very remarkable things that people don't know that he has done. So he has been part of the HEC and the Planning Commission, and I would just like to mention that the government of Pakistan established at that time 6 national centers of excellence in cutting-edge technologies. And while the government gets the credit and the Planning Commission gets the credit, Dr. Atar Osama was actually the architect of that program, which has given Pakistan some very much needed strength in technologies like AI, robotics and automation, and big data, etc. At NAST, we also host 2 of those centers, and I can tell you that, for example, the National Center of AI, established when he was in the Planning Commission, is currently one of the 23 top partners of Meta in AI. And that capability was introduced, nurtured, because of the effort he's made. So he's been part of the policy-making ecosystem. He's been part of the private sector doing, founding his own companies and as CEO even currently. and he's been part of global think tanks. So, Dr. Adar Osama, we would very much like to hear your talk, especially on the very, very relevant topic of how do we include academia, how do we do the public-private partnership in the R&D as the Air Marshal was recommending.
Just trying to put a stopwatch to see if I can beat your 15-minute target. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, my fellow panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to you. The topic of my talk today is the analysis of the R&D base of Pakistan, particularly with reference to academia and private sector R&D and how this can come together in support of the defense production exercise.
Right. There we go.
Okay. The sequence of my talk is this. I would start by talking a little bit about Pakistan's current R&D base, particularly in the non-defense sector. I think there is enough expertise on the table to talk about the defense and strategic sector, and what I really bring is more of an expertise around the non-defense sector. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about the role of the government in jump-starting private R&D. I'm going to talk about some frameworks and models that people talk about. I've taken a bit of liberty here to kind of expand the scope of my talk a little bit. So I'm not just going to talk about how the private sector can come to the rescue of the defense production enterprise. I'm going to also talk about why this is a bi-directional relationship. Right? So I'm going to talk about how there could be a symbiotic partnership between defense R&D and the civilian S&T economy. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about why do we need a national framework for this collaboration and public-private partnership to happen. And I'm going to, in the end, lay a few sort of general guiding principles for such natural framework. Obviously, this requires a lot more work. Some of this work happened 5 years ago when I was in the government, and AVM Rizwan Riaz and a lot of other people were also part of those conversations. But I think still, this still remains work to be done. And this is also the work that I feel is very critical because as all of us know, there is no national security without economic prosperity. And science and technology is the foundation of economic prosperity these days. And as some of the other speakers have also said, private sector is really the engine of this growth. And we need to kind of support the private sector to come up and develop some of this capability. So that's kind of the outline of my my talk. So the state of the non-defense R&D in Pakistan is such that the way this is structured is obviously there are some organizations within within the government. They are under various ministries, in particular the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Ministry of IT, and a couple of other ministries have larger portion of this R&D infrastructure. There are a number of organizations under the Ministry of Science and Technology, for example, which includes Pakistan Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, Pakistan Council for Water Resources and Renewable Energy Technologies. Similarly, there are a number of entities under the Ministry of IT that also do R&D and commercialization. There's a body called Ignite that is the main sort of funding body for IT related, IT related and new technology related stuff. Then there's a whole bunch of, national centers that have been established, and I would also say that, NICAT, which is part of the NASTP, is also an initiative of Ministry of IT. Then there is a whole bunch of research infrastructure, primarily basic research infrastructure, but some applied research infrastructure under the Higher Education Commission. We have these, 6 national centers that AVM Rizwan Riaz talked about, which were established about 6 years ago now, and some of these centers have, developed some capability. Under HEC, the National Science and Technology Park is also another initiative, that needs a mention here. Apart from this, there are these other ministries which also may have certain elements that either do R&D or provide R&D. In all of this discussion, the one part that is really missing, that seems missing, is the private sector. So I look at R&D, and I include innovation and commercialization as part of R&D as well. So I consider R&D as a tiered structure. So on this figure, for example, if you see the the triangle that is upright, it would reflect the various tiers of research, development, commercialization, and innovation. And in the upright triangle, which is the triangle that represents the public sector spend on research, development, innovation, and commercialization, you will see that most of the money, probably about 60%, goes into basic research. And most of this money goes into university, Pakistan's universities. Some money goes into the public sector R&D infrastructure as well. Then you see the second layer, which is about 30%, which is what goes into development. And the top is what is sort of commercialization and innovation, and a very small amount of public sector R&D spend actually goes into commercialization and innovation. Now, in a developed economy and a well-functioning economy, there is actually another triangle that supplements this public sector triangle, and that triangle is the private sector spend on R&D and innovation. And if you see the private sector triangle, it is actually the inverse of the public sector triangle, because most of the money that private sector spends, they spend on innovation and commercialization. They want to take the ideas that are in the universities or in public sector labs, and they want to bring it to market. It takes a lot of effort, often way more effort than what goes into the first part of R&D to bring an idea to market and successfully commercialize it. And they spend a slightly smaller amount on development and a much smaller amount on basic research, right? So this is how a well-functioning research, development, innovation system should work. In our country, unfortunately, while we have the public sector triangle, we do not have the private sector triangle, or the private sector triangle is not big enough. And so the result is that whatever research that we do in our universities or in our public labs does not make it out to the society. So no matter how much research you do in your universities, if there is no private sector to take those ideas out and commercialize them, those ideas remain in the university, right? And it requires a lot more effort, a lot more energy. The private sector and the public sector are totally different animals, organizational incentives, the type of people that work. And so it requires the involvement of the private sector for any country to take what is being produced in its labs and universities and to bring it to the society. So unfortunately, in the case of Pakistan, the private sector is missing. And without the private sector, we will not be able to benefit fully, at least fully, from from the R&D that we do. And I'm not talking about the defense sector. I'm talking about more private type R&D which needs to benefit society. Now the role of the government in jump-starting private sector R&D has been a subject of debate for a very long time. Obviously, there is this Western model which sort of talks about that we should let the sort of let the capitalist part of the society take, take care of doing this R&D, and the government should stay out of it. They used, instruments like R&D tax credit and, some basic research funding programs. But also there is this Eastern and Asian model, which is more activist, more industrial policy driven. And it has been used with, with a fair degree of success in countries like Japan, Taiwan, Singapore. I would also say that, China and Turkey have also, to some extent, taken more activist approach, towards R&D. Though I would say that there are still major exceptions here. So even in the West, for instance, there are still instruments of very activist, R&D policy, and I'll, refer to DARPA and 𝐈𝐃𝐄𝐒, and there's a new organization in UK called ARIA, which is the Advanced Research Innovation Agency, and I recently met somebody from something called JEDI, which is Europe's equivalent of DARPA, and so many countries around the world have tried to kind of struggle with and figure out, what the role of private sector is, what the role of public sector is. But, for a variety of reasons, historical reasons, the private sector has, acquired a notorious, kind of a reputation, sort of become a bad word in Pakistan to sort of go after profits. But if Pakistan has to really become prosperous economically, we have to figure out, the real compact between private sector and public sector, and I think it's really, really important. I very quickly go through again. There are several scholars who have talked about this, in the past. Paul Romer was ex-chief, chief economist of the World Bank, and was an inspiration when, when I was studying and I was growing up. He also won, a Nobel laureate in 2018 for his basic ideas that, growth can come from ideas alone. And it does not always need, capital, labor, and, those things to grow. And then Michael Porter has this cluster model, which is very, very famous. He's a, very famous Harvard University professor. More recently, we have this Professor Mariana Mazzucato, who has talked very extensively on the more activist role of the government. And it's interesting that these voices now are coming from, deep within the establishment of, Europe and America. Sort of really influential, voices in the last few years. Professor Mazzucato has, for example, written 2 books. One is called The Entrepreneurial State, and one is called The Mission Economy, in which he has actually argued for the public sector and the government to be, instead of being the lender of last resort, to be an investor of first resort. And she has talked about the role of the government in creating a lot of groundbreaking technologies and bringing them to the market, and really wants the governments in Europe to take on the kind of role that the US government took at the time of the mission to moon. I want to very quickly talk about this particular gentleman, Dr. Ricardo Hausmann, who was the former finance minister of Venezuela, and he has talked about, he has presented this very interesting idea of economic complexity, and he basically says that countries make products based on certain capabilities. And those capabilities exist not just in people, but also in their organizations. And sometimes those capabilities are not implicit, are not explicit. They are, they are tacit and implicit. And the way countries put together these capabilities in various ways is really how, sort of countries and companies generate, economic growth. And so, he has built upon this work. He's actually done some analysis on Pakistan as well. But he has kind of created this atlas of economic complexity that looks at what every country produces and where it produces it, and then tries to link it with all other production that sort of happens within countries. So you can look at various industries and sub-industries and really get a one picture of what your country is actually producing. And mostly this is input-output data, from the country's accounts and exports. So in the case of Pakistan, for example, he has done a complete mapping. I don't want to read read all of this, but he has done a complete mapping of what Pakistan produces and says, okay, if you can produce this, then with a little bit of effort you can produce that, and with a little bit of effort you can produce that, right? So once a country looks at its own, economic base, it can sort of really begin to, building up on it. So there are obviously, sort of unexplored capabilities. So if you are producing this with one additional capability, you can produce something that is more value added, and two additional capabilities, you can produce another thing that is more value added. So, he has provided this kind of framework to look at. And I find this framework very useful because if we can systematically start looking at what we are producing and where we can migrate to, I think we can build the foundations of the, of the civilian S&T economy that I'm talking about. So I now come to the last part of my presentation, which is to talk about this symbiotic partnership, right? I believe there are three reasons why this symbiotic partnership is needed today. First of all, as we have recently seen in the economic conditions of Pakistan, it is really, really important for Pakistan to grow its exports. And to grow its exports and go towards more, more value-added exports and more technology-intensive exports. And the only place where this technology currently exists in Pakistan is, unfortunately or fortunately, the defense sector. So there has to be a partnership where some of the technologies and capabilities, again, capabilities do not have to be defense or non-defense, they are just capabilities. They could be applied to and transferred to the civilian sector where we could build upon something. Similarly, Pakistan's defense establishment is also in dire need of ideas. The technological distance between Pakistan and its rival India is growing dramatically, and I believe that we need really fresh ideas and access to all of our brain power to be able to, address some of those challenges. And increasing cooperation, and dependence between defense and private sector will be a win-win situation for both these parties, right? So this is really the imperative that I want to focus on. I also, feel that, defense procurement is not a unidirectional affair. It's a bi-directional affair. Where the civilian sector gets something and the defense sector gets something in return, and the civilian, sector can then take those resources, and the know-how and the money to not just produce dual-use technologies, perhaps, but also, innovate and produce, things of civilian value. So I really believe that what is needed is a national framework for defense R&D and civilian S&T economy. I think reforms in Pakistan in this direction will require a fundamental rethinking of the civil-military R&D paradigm. There is truly a need for such a framework, and once that framework exists, even if various organizations and entities will choose to implement this framework in their own time, once such a framework exists, it will allow people, who are more aggressive and who are champions of this kind of thing to be able to use that framework to push the envelope a little bit. I want to close by providing some guiding principles for what a national framework of this kind should look like. So, I believe this framework must identify and build new organizational forms and non-traditional models of collaboration, which should be flexible, nimble, and entrepreneurial between the military and civilian stakeholders. The framework must also establish wider and more robust trust mechanisms for the civilian sector to credibly engage in the defense-related R&D. This could be done through a mix of measures, including limiting surveillance and oversight, compartmentalization of work, and effective access management, etc. This is possible. I believe that, Pakistan's defense establishment needs all the brain power that it can get, not just, people in uniform or people working in the strat sector, but all the brain power that it can get. Even, some of our university professors are really smart and remarkable, and we should be able to access that brain power for our benefit. The framework must clearly identify roles and responsibilities, such as avenues where R&D and production will happen within each of these respective sectors. So when the next generation fighter discussions were happening, I was in the planning commission, and my suggestion to the Air Force at the time was that you should make a policy that Air Force will only engage in final assembly. all the component level and all the subsystem level work will be outsourced to the private sector. Unless we make a conscious choice to develop our private sector will not develop. Okay, so I think there needs to be some kind of a policy that actually, consciously encourages the transfer of technology and the development of the private sector R&D capability, and it has to come from the defense side. The defense buyer must take on the entire cost and considerable risk of R&D rather than shifting the entire risk to the private sector. This is another, long-standing problem where, the defense buyer basically wants to buy the final product and does not want to assume the risk of developing that product. No product is developed without, somebody taking that risk. And as the senior partner in this conversation, I think the defense sector needs to take on that risk. There is also a need to find and develop financial space for meaningful partnerships between defense, strategic, and private sector organizations, and they may include, ring-fence funding or offset funds to be invested in local R&D capacity. Mechanisms need to be developed to spin off technological capability currently residing within the defense R&D establishments to the private sector, perhaps against a royalty or enabling them to tap into, and allowing them to tap into commercial markets and enhance the high technology content of Pakistan's exports. And finally, my last two recommendations is to provide, is to create a globally competitive industry. We must also move away from the culture of permissions and permits. I think we need to create a, a level playing field where, the private industry can innovate. Obviously, if we are exporting, defense stuff, it will go through a process of making sure that, those things, those exports are going to friendly countries. But beyond this, if you are using a particular capability to do a civilian innovation, there should not be a requirement to get permission for that. And you could also use special initiatives and national programs such as the National Electric Vehicle Program, the Next Generation Fighter, Blue Economy, or export competitiveness programs aimed at addressing these national problems. And they can provide a perfect platform for spin-offs and spin-out from the defense and strategic sectors. In the end, I would say that this is a much-needed effort. Pakistan really needs to build its civilian economy. And the only way we can build civilian economy and enhance our export competitiveness is through integration of technology. And the only place where technology exists in Pakistan is in the defense sector. So I think if we can make this happen, we will not only ensure our national security, but we will also create a prosperous Pakistan. Thank you very much.
So for going 2 minutes over the 20 minutes, you are going to give the prize to Professor Damer. All right, sir. Moving on to Dr. Nabil Hayat Malik. As ex-chairman of National Engineering and Science Commission, our premier R&D facility in this strategic domain for 5 years, sir, you bring with you that experience of actually developing new technologies and putting them into use. So kindly share your thoughts on how we can use the current challenges as an actual opportunity for growth, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, speakers, moderator, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. My title for today is shown here, Critical Analysis of Pakistan's Defense Industry and Way Forward for Enhancing Pakistan's Defense Production Potential. And also I want to state that it's an honor and pleasure to be at this 12th edition of Ideas, and my compliments to the organizers, the DEPO, and all stakeholders. The sequence of the presentation is displayed here. I will try to be brief, as AVM Rizwan said. Pakistan's, we come to the short of introduction. Pakistan's defense industry is the cornerstone of our security. And it's playing a pivotal role in maintaining regional stability and safeguarding country's sovereignty through projection of deterrence. Over the years, Pakistan has developed a robust defense sector, but it faces numerous challenges, as have been highlighted through my fellow speakers also. And I will like to give an analysis in the form of a SWOT, or you can say opportunities, threats, and we try to analyze it. We should also look at the key challenges, which are the opportunities for expanding, what are the strategies for meeting these challenges and enhancing the production potential. The very important thing is we draw lessons and best practices from the existing successful international models, like already mentioned, Turkey and China, and some others which I would like to consider. And Pakistan, no doubt, has gained a substantial progressive, you can say, success, as already witnessed in these ideas, and over the years have an absolute resolve to adapt to meet the demands of the modern era. We must appreciate, first of all, that as Air Marshal said just now, the projects, hardware and software, or the systems are not the ultimate. Everything starts from the technologies. And technology is the mother of all projects. So we have to adapt ourselves according to that. Pakistan has many positives also. We are at a strategic location, geopolitical position, established defense entities, a number of them. We have the nuclear capability, which is again, as mentioned, the strategic deterrence is there. There is an aggressive marketing scheme which is on. Armed forces are primary users, and they are the functional testers also. So basically, all the testing is in one place with appropriate facilities, trying to adapt to international standards, indigenization concepts, despite all the embargoes, despite all the constraints, regimes, we are trying to make the best out of it. So we think that the system is moving, but it is moving at a slow pace. So what are the key challenges which are restricting our pace of growth? First of all, we definitely have to look at the technical advancements internationally, which are going at a very fast pace, especially in the areas of electronic warfare, AI, and robotics, and a number of other sciences, where the pace is so fast that we are perhaps finding there's a lag between us and the developed countries. We have to try to catch them up. There is a future war preparedness, as already mentioned in Chairman's speech. We have critical technologies and emerging technologies, things like directed energy weapons, drones, ISRs, systems. All these require investment and a rapid growth in the sector of R&D and technological expertise as well. Enhancing the speed, accuracy, and lethality. This is our objective, the ultimate objective. Definitely, a hypersonic weapon is better than a subsonic weapon or sonic weapon, but of course it comes at a cost. The point I have against hypersonic weapons is you will not be able to fire too many because it costs considerably. The firer would be hesitant to do that. Stealthy survivable systems. We have to minimize radar signature, IR signature, and now laser signature also, because the emerging threats means that these elements are. And by the way, this disruptive technologies, or you can say directed energy applications, they are moving at a very, very fast pace. One can say that a few years ago, the very basic level of 30 kilowatt laser was developed. It has gone to 300 kilowatt laser. At the same time, the high power microwave has gone from 1 gigawatt to 10 gigawatt now. So this is the amount of pace. The Western people are already testing them on ships and other factors. Air defense remains a challenge in that case. Then we come to advanced materials. I have a very strong belief that unless we develop advanced materials, metals and composites and semiconductors, it is very difficult to import them and then try to implement in our production. So it is rather infeasible to do that for a continued time. And there is, of course, again, embargoes and constraints on import of materials. So there is a concerted effort which is required, and industry, academia should have a collaboration, as already mentioned, definitely to overcome these obstacles. So we come to what are the opportunities for the growth. We have to tap into new markets, as is the purpose of this IDEAS exhibition also. Southeast Asia, Africa and Middle East are very important markets for us to boost our exports. We have to form the international alliances. We always got a very warm welcome from China, Turkey, especially Turkey. And I must say that we went there in the year 2006 when SSM was already there. I mentioned Mr. Murad Bayer was heading it. And we saw an outfit or a body which could actually arrange meetings between public industry and private industry. We had meetings with all the aerospace players, with Aselsan, with Tusaj Aerospace, with Havelsan, and Kale Aero, and so many others in private side also. An excellent, warm place to get together. So I must admire the forming of SSM and later on conversion to SSB. And I must tell you that it's a very powerful body made by the presidential orders. And the president of SSM or SSB reports to the president of Turkey. So Turkey has done very good things 20 years ago, definitely. I'm sure it's much earlier than that. Leveraging technological advancements, investing and harvesting emerging technologies are instrumental elements, as already mentioned. So, if we talk about starting with modeling, simulation, testing, we definitely end up with better models. But how does this harvesting or transfer of technology takes place? One model is like just mentioned, you buy something and you get something, but that is not TOT. It is more like an offset or in-kind technology. The technology doesn't flow that way. Now with the more intellectual property rights, it is very difficult to get a meaningful transfer. However, academia is at liberty. And I give you an example that when I was heading NESCOM, we had in the beginning about 25 people going for PhDs and masters to China, invited by the China Academy of Sciences. Similarly, few seats in MITU Ankara offered by MITU to actually, and in very intense technological areas. So this is the degree of friendship which can be extended, and our fellows or our masters, PhD, postgraduates, they can very easily assimilate or learn or come back and then establish. This phenomena has taken place in Turkey, in China, everywhere. People went to the West, then they returned and they established things. So this is another way of our in production offerings and to have a competitive edge in the global market. If we try to draw the inferences from the friendly countries, there are a number of success models internationally. And we would find that, as already mentioned by Dr. Athar, it would rather be in a civilian side, an organization which can move towards, help us to move towards integration of the public and the private sector. But SSM has this feature, and in Turkey, I must mention, there is also an organization called TAF. TAF is a shareholder in their private industry also, and also can vehemently impose themselves on the to improve the efficiency of the organization and to track and trace the development and the pace of development. Chinese have a defense industry very robust, but they are very aggressive. They can make affordable products, and basically production lines are extensive. Now normally 2 or 3 institutes or academies work in parallel to achieve objectives, and because of the immense wealth of manpower and resources, they are able to achieve that. And there is a mix of economic model as well as defense industry. So once that problem of raw materials, advanced materials is solved, the rest follows automatically. Saudi Arabia has launched Vision 2030, which is again Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is an initiative not to have dependence on oil, diversify economy and investment activities, and also to manufacture equipment, hardware and ammunition up to 50% within the country till 2030. So this is again a very massive undertaking. Nearly all the Middle Eastern defense conglomerates like SAMI, EDGE, EDIC, AEC, Tawazun have all been developed through robust business plans. And there were very senior advisors behind them who translated them, just like behind Emirates and Etihad and Air Arabia. So they make a feasibility for and then have a self-sufficiency and viability. EDGE UAE has become the world's fastest growing defense technology giants. So these are few examples, but I also wanted to mention that if we look at more developed countries like Japan, of course USA, DARPA was already mentioned, then we have ATLA in Japan, South Korea has also got a model, very similar to what Professor told about us about Turkey. And I can give you an example, we are not too late. The ATLA was announced back in 2016. They started the actual work in 2019. And they also have a plan to move to till 2030, a Vision 2030, which then makes their defense industry more autonomous rather than importing from the West, from the US and from others. So this is a very good example, and they've amply announced what their plans are. Coming to, because I come from the strategic side, so coming to the our efforts which are going on, first of all, we have a National Command Authority R&D cell or division in SPD, and working on some of the technological barriers we have, which are adamant, which are persistently slowing us down. This proposal of defense ecosystem is already announced because SPD has one of the largest resource of educated manpower in one place. Almost 2,000 PhDs, 20 R&D institutes, 4 commissions, and few other smaller departments now. It's a repository which has, and human element is the major resource which is required for a defense ecosystem. The only point is having a connectivity between, again, public and private thing which we are talking about, and with academia. The vision is to enhance this commission industry linkage and concentrate on niche technologies. This self-sustained facilitation called Connect Tech is just been set up to start this element. And their location is at NASTP Islamabad, Lahore and Karachi. They have a website also. So what are the recommendations for Pakistan? I will just say a few words. We have to have a very clear vision. If we look at how something is done in the West and in the developed countries, this roadmap is absolutely clear. The projects are lined up for the next 5 years, which we call short term, then 10 and 15 years, which we call long term. So those long-term perspective plans have to be well in advance for any meaningful work on them. The private industry is confused because we do a commitment with them and then we are not steadfast with that. We don't hold to our promises. This is very important to actually give them a commitment which are firm so that they can invest on the R&D or invest on the resources. We have to foster the public-private partnership, invest in the R&D and indigenous technologies, definitely, on both critical and emerging technologies because we are facing regimes and constraints. Enhance the export potential and form strategic partnerships, as already mentioned. Another set of recommendations is to modernize infrastructure and develop human capital. We can at least introduce specializations in our universities. We are producing generalists. You know, we have a horde of areas which are mix up, or you can say diluting the specialization side. So if we talk about the defense sector, then we, of course, we have to have specialists in the defense technologies. And the name of the game is to have then a more higher level education and priorities on R&D. We should concentrate on smart weapons, bulletless wars. An ideal thing would be to have one window export-friendly facilitation cell, and by facilitation I mean a complete positivity and not bureaucratic hurdles. The last set of recommendations is explore and develop advanced materials. I already mentioned we have to be autonomous, and some very critical materials are necessary to develop stealth technologies, radar evasion, high temperature applications like for supersonic and hypersonic. So these are all required. Indigenization is the key. And finally, my recommendation, summing up all, is that we should have a singular technology development body at the national level on the lines of DARPA, SSB, BOMITEC, ATLA, whatever. We can have 10 examples, the successful examples where things have moved, and DRDO, of course, and our easterly neighbor, who are moving with these set of recommendations earlier to us. In order to catch up, we have to introduce, regulate, control product development and qualification through a cycle of requirements to perspective plan to conception, prototyping and tasking for production, which means program management for each set of, for system of systems. A technology umbrella is definitely required to oversee the pace of development as a long-term perspective plan. So this is pertinent. I hope the authorities pay heed to this. As a conclusion, the journey of business in the defense arena requires suppliers to navigate. Suppliers means all the stakeholders. Complex landscape of regulations, funding constraints, competitive barriers and technological advancements. These are the hurdles. Pakistan has made some progress in the strat domain, excellence in the strat domain, but some progress on the conventional domain. So this pace has to catch up. Drawing lessons from friendly countries will, bring a balance or bring a more transformation to our defense sector also. Defense marketing landscape has to be evolving and agile and vibrant, so that if we have a qualified product which is good and attractive, the customers or clients would automatically fall in, and we don't have to run behind them. One of the most prominent trends in Pakistan's defense industry is product portfolio. You can see this time things have, there's more diversity of systems. There are new UAVs, MLRS, military electronics, cybersecurity, naval systems, and of course, aviation industry, aerospace industry has moved further. So our vision should be very clear to reduce foreign reliance and attain self-sufficiency. Our motto stands as prime objective as Made in Pakistan and as OEM Pakistan, as we should proudly say that. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience and interest in Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you, sir. And our final speaker for the day, AVM Dr. 𝐿𝐵𝐾𝐄𝐒 is currently the Chief Project Director of the National Aerospace Science and Technology Park. So a slight change of, I think, taste here. We've been hearing about what these people have already done in their respective roles and their recommendations and ideas. And he's running one of those ideas right now. So let's see, Dr. 𝐿𝐵𝐾𝐄𝐒, tell us about the park and how you are putting into practice all of these things that we've been talking about. Okay. So I believe Dr. 𝐿𝐵𝐾𝐄𝐒 is doing something to the laptop. Change of technology. So the old technology is going out, the new technology is coming in. While he does that, 𝐿𝐵𝐾𝐄𝐒, please let me know when you're ready. So one of the very important things that I think at least 3 of the speakers have talked about is how do we put more money into R&D and how do we use academia as one of those sources of technology. So I think this is a good example of one of those ideas, and in my closing notes, I will be talking about that. And sir, since you did not take your 20 minutes, in the end, I will ask you about this question.
Sound check, kare, please.
Okay, over to you, doctor.
Can you please give me both screens and the sound? Only sound. Do we have a sound specialist, please? एक सेकंड वो एक आपके स्पीकर से एक सेकंड साउंड वाले थे एक मिनट है जी
So this is a very good example. You can have the best technology in the world, and it will not work if you don't have the right person at the right time. And as a head of the innovation ecosystem of a university, this is exactly what we are trying to produce, is that manpower with that generalized and that specialist knowledge, so that the right industry and the right project manager has the right person when they need them. Do we have sound now? There we go. Okay.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellency Dr. Ismail Damir, thank you so much, Excellency, for traveling so long. My mentors, instructors, colleagues, distinguished guests, it's an honor to give you an overview of a project of strategic national importance. As the Air Marshal has mentioned, this project would, inshallah, answer all the questions and the wishes that have been raised during the talks by our domestic speakers. I will be talking about the project of strategic national importance, which is called the National Aerospace Science and Technology Park, being led by the Pakistan Air Force on behalf of Government of Pakistan. Brief overview of my presentation is flashed on the screen. I'll give you background of the project, its concept, its current manifestation, where we're heading in the future. All will be covered in a very short, fast-paced presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, if we look at the national industrial journey of our country, we started off well. We started and established a Pakistan Industrial Development Corporation as early as in 1951. We established our Pakistan Council of Scientific and Industrial Research in 1951 as well, Planning Commission, and so on and so forth. Then there was a break in between, and we know in the national history, there was a tragedy. And that time, again, we tried to pick it up in post-1970s. Overall, if I summarize, Pakistan's policy has been reactive rather than proactive. An initial trajectory of industrial policy has shifted over time from import substitution and industrialization to nationalization in 1970s that almost killed us, and later privatization with the latest interest in public-private partnerships. Then Government of Pakistan also started to take a look at the international models, and Board of Investment to establish various special economic zones were established. In 1995, we established Pakistan Soft Export Board. Then Ignite was established to trigger the IT industry, and ultimately Special Technology Zone Authority was established in 2021, with the government legislation. So we are coming long ways as far as the national level is concerned. As far as the journey of our country in the aerospace industry is concerned, it's summarized on the screen. Very illustrious speakers have already covered it also. Pakistan Air Force has played a very major part in growing the national level organic industry and so on and so forth. Our strat organizations, commissions have done a wonderful job. And lately we're seeing that Pakistan Aerospace Council is bringing together the private sector. National Central Initiative of the Planning Commission is also noteworthy. Talking specifically of the role played by the Pakistan Air Force, ladies and gentlemen, we have always been cognizant of what has been told to us by the pioneers of aviation, as big name as Henry H. Arnold, a 5-star general of USAF. He, at that time, without knowing the pace of technology, advised us to keep an eye deep into the future, because without having a deep eye on the future of technologies, any Air Force is deluding its nation into false sense of security. But the most important part is, as Air Marshal also mentioned, there is a very famous saying by the father of the nation when he visited our alma mater in 1948, and the saying which he gave in the black text is very well known. However, what is written in blue, it is less well known. The first one talks about operational excellence, and we have proven that very well, alhamdulillah, over the last 77 years. And the second one asks us to pursue the technological excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, as far as the operational side is concerned, Pakistan Air Force is regarded as one of the best air forces in the world, with a proven track record of 77 years of conventional warfare, low-intensity conflicts, and latest examples of skirmishes on our borders. As far as the pursuit of the technological excellence is concerned, again, Pakistan Air Force has done a wonderful job developing its organic capabilities in terms of MRO, R&D, and later on, leading the development of Pakistan Aeronautical Complex, and we're blessed to have the chairman sitting with us. Overall, I must say that Pakistan Air Force has done what a tactical air force is supposed to do for the size and for the role it has. Now coming on to the fast forward in the current scenario, when we look at our geopolitical environment, it has been alluded to by the Honorable Chief Guest also. We are seeing the major shifts in international geopolitical environment. Pace of disruptive technologies is very bothersome, shrinking fiscal space, post-pandemic challenges, macroeconomic instability. This is the summary statement of the problems and challenges being faced by Pakistan today. The great leadership of Pakistan Air Force has therefore adopted a two-pronged strategy, and that strategy is smart induction program as well as a very comprehensive indigenization campaign. Let me show you a video clip, and if the audio works, you will be thrilled. Otherwise, you will just see the airplanes fly as to what we have done in just 3 years. Ladies and gentlemen, we have blessed that within 3 years, Pakistan Air Force has regained the first shot capability, and we have much to look forward to, inshallah. Now coming to the second part of the strategy, which is the comprehensive indigenization campaign. Under the leadership, a comprehensive consortium was formulated that consisted of various aerospace specialists as well as specialists from the industry, finance, corporate sector, investments, and so on and so forth. This illustrious consortium formulated a very comprehensive concept. We have been talking of missing links between the triple ecosystem model, government, academia, and industry. In our personal reckoning of consortium, we find that in our country, our industry is not ready to absorb the R&D which is done in academia. And academia is disillusioned because of the no demand from the industrial side. What was missing is some catalyst that could be the hearts of, which could be the house of, you can say, R&D, and that has NASTP. NASTP brings in 3 pillars together, and you will amply see that in my rest of my presentation. We aim to build an ecosystem which brings in all the important elements of design, research, innovation, and development on one platform and link them loosely who cannot be physically moved. With this approach to create local ecosystems, ladies and gentlemen, we are establishing various National Aerospace Science and Technology Park chapters at the city level and various other levels, and we are trying to achieve excellence that can be then spread across the nation. So we are establishing these small little incubation software technology parks and techno parks at the city level, then at the regional level, and finally at the national level at Camera. Our aim is that we want to create local ecosystems, connect them with the regional ones, and ultimately a national level ecosystem that can become an effective part of the international ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to cover the breadth and depth of Pakistan with this approach, and I'm humbled to report to you that we have written 24 volumes of concept document, technology development roadmap, and procedure manuals. With this structured approach, ladies and gentlemen, it is also important to understand that we know that this is a very capital-intensive enterprise, but we are familiar that the dual-use technologies what you develop for the defense can be used in aerospace is also very important and give you sustainability. We also know that the boundaries between the IT industry and the aerospace industry is merging, as the next generation fighter aircraft are now called the flying computers. So you want to grow the IT industry on high end, you must grow your aerospace industry and vice versa. Another important aspect to highlight here is, for the national audience, is that we always are making defense industry as a very restricted one. The world does not recognize aerospace as integral part of defense. It's the other way around. The defense applications are only a small part of the huge aerospace industry. The future market outlook for next 10 years is $10 trillion. Only $1 trillion is the defense industry. $9 trillion of aerospace goes to the civilian and commercial applications. We must understand and recognize this fact. Otherwise, branding everything with defense actually puts on a lot of restrictions and does not let that R&D nurture. And as I mentioned, the dual use aspect of the aerospace industry makes it very sustainable. With these preamble, ladies and gentlemen, and founding concept, let me now give you the overview of where we are today physically, and I'll show you the 5 chapters that have been developed within just last 3 years, and I'll give you a very quick overview of each other. You will see the video on the left and the ecosystem elements on the right. This is our NASTP Alpha chapter in Rawalpindi, Islamabad area. Our next very important chapter is right on the Sharia Faisal in Karachi, called NASTP Silicon. third chapter is located in Lahore. It is called NASTP Delta. And our baby park is called NASTP Karyan. It's a unique concept. On one side you have the university, and on the other side you have the techno park for the companies and skill development. Finally, it's my privilege to show you the entire aerospace city being developed at Kamra, called the Aerospace Village. So ladies and gentlemen, I've given you a quick overview of the 5 great technology parks that have been developed by a great team. And I'm humbled that within 3 years we have been able to pull it off. Let me show you how we are organizing them. The total assets of NASTP includes 5 parks and 5 technology companies, with various 5 chapters having different types of institutions. And then we have the Aerospace Design and Innovation Center. Except EDIC, all the research and development centers are under DSS NASTP, and the EDIC is under CEO EDIC, Air Marshal Farhad. The entire enterprise is led at the top by the Chief of DA staff. Within this project, our dream project is the Pakistan Fighter Program called PFX. I do not have the liberty of time to give you the details, and I'm only happy to report that we have started a very advanced work, developing our youth and starting the design work. Let me also brief you about now future. How are we talking about the pillar of sustenance and growth for our project? First pillar of growth is of course, youth development. We have established various training, incubation, and design centers with the international collaborations, Italy, South Africa, China, Turkey most prominently, so on and so forth. We have been talking about the public sector, private sector. NASTP is a now institution that has done so many public-private partnerships, and I'm sure when we will establish our Institute of Entrepreneurship, we would not require any other case studies other than our own to teach our kids what is public-private partnership. We have also tapped the human resource, which is residing outside, very capable CEOs, CFOs, and CTOs globally, and they are becoming part of this amazing journey that our nation is currently undertaking. The fourth pillar for sure is all about what we're doing in ideas, bringing the nations together. We have so many collaborations, and I really required another extra talk to give you details of what kind of international collaboration we're doing. The very first and only Expo, international one in Islamabad we have done, was with the Turkish aerospace industry 2 years back. And we're looking forward to having one next month, inshallah, when the Turkish industry comes. We have had various international successful joint ventures and so on and so forth. So ladies and gentlemen, NASTP today comprises 5 technology parks, design organizations, 20 technology divisions, and so many institutions, entrepreneurship, and certification centers. Our outputs are that we have written a concept that has been fully manifested. It's billions of dollars of IP. We have done all master planning indigenously with our own team, and that's our pride. We have recently published a 150 pages catalog full of NASTP products, technology, and services, and more than 100 cohorts have gone through the process of incubation, and we have graduated 25 startups, and they are showcased today in Hall 8 in Startup Pavilion. NASTP has accomplished many, many firsts, and we are humbled to have accomplished them. And NASTP startups have undergone through a very rigorous selection process. Out of 55, we have showcased, selected 25 in Hall 8 in the NASTP Pavilion, and they've come from the drones, radar, simulator, loitering munition, AI-based applications, and so on and so forth. I invite you to come and encourage your future with these startup pavilions, ladies and gentlemen. We are today a profound reality and confident. That is why we are here in Ideas. We are showcasing our main pavilion in Hall 6. In Hall 8, we have our startup pavilion, and we're also having our physical products outside. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude my presentation and give you the way forward. NASTP today is a very big, profound reality. It's a great project of strategic national importance. At the same time, it is a strategic project of Pakistan Air Force as well. It has become the branch of Pakistan Air Force, and as a very responsible entity, we are liable to all kinds of national and international compliances and audits. I have not been able to give you all details. I require another separate talk to tell you that NASTP is not just a technology park. It's an institution, it's a university, it's a conglomerate R&D, it's a technology club, and so on and so forth. There are more than 13 identities of NASTP. NASTP is a strategic partner of Special Technology Zone Authority. Several of our parks have been identified, given the STZ status, while others are on their way. The secret recipe of NASTP's success, ladies and gentlemen, let me share with our national audience, is that we have found jewels in all the ministries, commissions, boards, etc. Usually people criticize the red tapeism and bureaucratic, but believe me, I am personally privy to this thing. We have some great people in our ministries, and they are the ones who are the heroes of this success. NASTP has come full circle from concept, planning, development, populate, operate, integrate, and now we are on the growth trajectory, inshallah, and we have become a profound national and international reality. NASTP expansion and growth. Let me give you the way forward, ladies and gentlemen. We are now focusing on ease of business, and our new clusters are coming in just due course of time. I'll just conclude my presentation with a short video. So we are establishing various specialized focus clusters in just next few months time frame. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patient listening. We are indebted to the Honorable Chief of DA Staff for giving us all out support that has made this possible. We are very grateful to the Government of Pakistan for giving us all out support. We have applied world-proven models, and we have come long ways. And we're looking forward that this project will eventually fulfill the national dream given to us by the Father of the Nation. We will continue to consolidate and take this forward. As mentioned earlier also, we are now focusing on creating a national level framework so that we can pursue the core objective, which is technologically and economically independent Pakistan with local and global partnerships. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Liaquat. So before I open the house for an interactive section and questions and answers, let me wind up what has been said by our speakers and the seminar today. First of all, how many of you used a Nokia phone or a Sony Walkman? A lot of the gray-haired people, definitely. Some of the young people don't even know what a Walkman is. So these were giants in their industry. Nokia, every phone had to be a Nokia phone. Every Walkman, every music player, every radio had to be a Sony radio for it to be the top of the world. What happened to these two companies, two giants? somebody came up with a new idea. What that tells us is, you don't just have to do what a superpower does. You don't have to go through the same processes that a giant went through. You can use your own processes. You don't copy. Become innovative. A few exploding, what do we call them? I forgot. Pagers. A few exploding pagers caused more destruction than a hypersonic missile would have caused. Be innovative. You don't have to copy big powers, which means our opportunity when we face these challenges. NAST as a university is an example of something like this. We tried to create a world-class university with 1/10, 1/100th the resources being spent by others. And today, if you go in Hall 8 and see the stall of NASTP and NAST side by side, you will see what those young people have created. Very little resources, and they're competing in international competitions and winning second, thirds, and first prizes every year only because they're innovative. Innovation is more important than money, which means we have to create and sustain and facilitate systems of innovation, ecosystems of innovation. One of the major elements today, I said this in the introductory remarks also, is one line of software can cripple a country, which means software has to be seen as an industry not only by the commercial world, but as a defense industry. Software developers have to be seen in the same vein as Boeing and Lockheed developers. And therefore, similar level of government focus has to go towards software development and maybe creating software factories, for a lack of a better word. Therefore, government has to fund R&D. There is no two ways about it. There is no country in the world, including the United States, where the basic R&D and R&D to industry is not funded by the government. So I was checking the stats of MIT, probably the best university in terms of connection to industry. And it turns out that 60% of the research money that goes into MIT goes from the government, and only 20% flows from the industry. Yes, that 20% is a large number, but only 20% of the R&D funding of MIT goes from industry. The rest goes from the government. Government has to support R&D. There are no two other ways about it. And therefore, as many of our speakers talked today, R&D in academia and creating centers where that R&D can be converted to useful, productable items. Collaboration has to happen. Our collaboration with the Turkish defense industries, Turkish academia, Chinese industry, and so many other friends has been a good example of how to do it. Believe me, this is going to become more and more important as days go. Today, the development of software takes the power from a giant like Lockheed or Boeing into a garage where a young person can hack into a defense network and cripple your eyes and ears. So what do? I think we saw in the last presentation a very good example of what can be done with a vision towards entrepreneurship, combining defense knowledge with the ecosystem that exists in academia and the young people. So we need to create as many entrepreneurial ecosystems as possible where the young people of today, the kids who are between the ages of 18 and 25 are tapped as a resource. And luckily, Pakistan has a lot of them. So with a youth boom right now, we must tap into these young people because new ideas are going to come from these young people because the domains that we are talking about are AI, cybersecurity, etc. And these are domains that us with gray hairs don't understand. We have to have these young people involved and empowered. I believe this is a very good example, NASTP. If you visit NAST, you will see the National Science and Technology Park, another very good example. We need to grow these. I believe the new Army Innovista setups are also a step in that same direction. We need to grow these environments, but these are infrastructures. The environment needs the government, STZA, SEZ. We need the support of academia so that the universities get engaged and stop writing papers and start doing real work. and we need the help of the defense sector in defining the goals. As somebody mentioned earlier, the only way possible is if the defense sector decides, orders and issues an order saying that 5 years down the road, we're not going to buy a bomb from outside. We're not going to buy an aircraft from outside. We're not going to buy a submarine. 5 years down the road, an even easier answer, we will not use a software not made in our own country. Until we do that, until we have indigenous network equipment, until we have indigenous software, nothing is going to be strategically secure. And so I suggest we have islands of excellence in the country. In every country, you have islands of excellence. Even in the United States, there are areas where there's excellence and where there's not. So in Pakistan also, we have lots of islands of excellence. Work towards growing those islands of excellence. Add 10 feet to that island every year. That should be our goal. Let's not try and create new islands. It's a difficult thing, ask UAE. But grow your islands of excellence. So everywhere you have people who are capable and everywhere where you have people who are willing to work, give them a little bit more resources so that you add 2 more people and 10 more desks. Finally, we must recognize as defense people that now technology comes from the civil sector into the defense. The trend has changed. We no longer have technology being developed by the defense and going into the civil sector. It has reversed. Now Googles and Metas are going to create the chatbots and the AI systems that you will have to employ in defense. Therefore, the civil sector has to be taken on board very, very strongly. They have to be brought into this ecosystem almost as a KPI. So if the Defense Production Ministry, if the Defense Ministry, if the industrial ministries make it a KPI that so many civil partners have been added to the defense sector every year, you'll see all the results. In the end, I would say, I think there's nothing more important than supporting the youth with the facilitation and the money and the resources that they need to change the world. We, our generation, have created enough problems. Let them now solve them. They are smart, much smarter than us. Go to Hall 8 if you want to see how smart these youngsters are. Thank you very much. I would like to now open the hall for any questions. Please identify yourself. Do not take too long. We have armed people here. If you take more than 2 minutes asking a question, we will escort you out. Ask a good question. Nominate a person to answer you, please. Over there, please.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. Sir, I am Madrak Hussain from National Defense University. I am student of strategic studies. My question is from Professor Ismail Damir. To be precise, sir, what model Turkey has adopted to enhance public-private partnership for defense production, please?
I guess the NASP approach is something that really close to ours. And also we have a middle model, like we have an Turkish Armed Forces Support Foundation. So this is kind of a semi-government model that really the main owner of the major defense companies. From that, you can spill out. And one example, again, I guess NASP is trying to do this. Because as SSP, we are the government organization, but we have found a company for investment. Then after that investment fund, that is to really scout the industry and see the like small companies or SMEs who are capable of doing things but need some investment or a missing technology in the ecosystem. We want to enhance that technology, and if there's a company who had potential, then we just go and partner with them and to make them, to have that technology acquired and go. And by the time, our aim was to reduce our share of partnership, just let it go private. And this is one model that we are approaching. Another one is completely government-owned companies right now in MOD. They are trying to make their structure, and also they try to have some, again, JVs and partnerships, but one step after that, those partnerships, the government role, the partnership percentage should by the time decline, and we let just the birds fly from this nest. This kind of approach we have been adopting. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Shafkat Rasool. I am research associate in NIMA, Karachi. So my question is, what role can international partners play in enhancing defense productions of Pakistan? Like-minded country like Turkey, China, and Russia is keen to good relation with Pakistan. Thank you. Anyone can give me answer. Thank you.
Being one of the international partners, I can go for this. Of course, it is the partnership is some kind of flagship programs. For example, it is a very good ground for partnership, or some kind of specific technology could be a ground for partnership. One key model here is if a partner is more advanced than the others, or like in collaboration, the aim should be just to share what you have openly and put your efforts, joint efforts, to have a better. What happens that, let's say Turkey and Pakistan is collaborating and we have some technology that more advanced, we can open this technology truly, openly, or some other brother countries as well, and then whatever investment you have been planning to acquire the technology, we can put this resources for the next generation so that we can have a lot of synergy coming out of. This is a very important factor, and as we know, all the resources are scarce, so we need more resources, so we don't have anything to waste. That kind of collaboration should be very smart, target-oriented, and also transparent, and maybe a spirit of openness. This spirit of openness will not come directly from the companies itself. Governments should oversee the process, push the process, and this way, this is the way to open up. Otherwise, as I tried to mention in my speech, the companies by themselves go up to a certain point unless government pushes, because there is a strategic alliance model among the countries that serves strategic really benefits of each country. Thank you.
Sir Farhad, if you would like to add something, sir.
Yes, jointness actually means two parties sit together, share technologies. That's the biggest advantage of jointness, because everything you do not have of your own. You need to learn from others also. Through common work, shared work, develop common labs, and then come out with programs that develop the industry-to-industry relationship. It reduces your cost because two sides then chip into the development program. That is one advantage. Second advantage of this is you develop industry-to-industry relationship. That means one project can possibly lead to many projects of the same type. Our example is very clear, GF-17 program, we jointly developed with China. We spent half the money, half they spend. And we had joint manpower sharing concept, and therefore we developed it together. Now we are involved into sales and marketing together. And we are now getting into various other domains for joint work. So therefore there is nothing but gain and gain in jointness. You learn technologies, you learn from others, and get to move forward faster than normal speed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our program director, my name is Bantu Holomisa from South Africa. I'm a Deputy Minister of Defense in South Africa. On behalf of the Republic of South Africa, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of the IDS 2024 seminar for this invaluable platform and for your warm hospitality. Mine is just a comment. South Africa looks forward to deepening its cooperation with the military industry in Pakistan and across the globe. With DENEL and AMSCO now operating under the South African National Defence Force, we are eager to share our expertise and cutting-edge technology with the world, fostering collaboration for a more secure future. Finally, as we embrace the evolving landscape of defense, we recognize the critical shift from conventional warfare to the integration of advanced technologies, such as artificial intelligence and information technology. However, it is vital that we emphasize the importance of discipline and ethical oversight to secure, or rather to ensure, these capabilities are harnessed responsibly for the greater good and not for misuse. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your comments, and thank you very much for coming to Pakistan and joining us in this.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. This is Noreen Ghaffar. I'm the executive committee member at Rawalpindi Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Very heartening to witness. We're talking about collaborations. We're talking about synergies. Industry को represent करते हैं हम लोग. मेमन community से ताल्लुक है मेरा from Karachi. Academia के लिए मेरा एक सवाल है कि academia में हम जाते हैं business community के as a jury member जाते हैं. We go there as a guest speakers. But value proposition बहुत ज़्यादा mandatory है जो कि missing part है. जो कि अगर हम अपना वक्त निकाल के जा रहे हैं और हम अपना पैसा लगाने के लिए भी तैयार हैं, तो उसमें जो कमर्शलाइजेशन का इम्पैक्ट है जो कि इंडस्ट्री एकेडेमिया की तरफ से हमें दिखना चाहिए, थोड़े से बिट्स एंड पीसेस हम कर सकते हैं उसके अंदर, बट दैट इज़ अ वेरी वेरी मिसिंग एलिमेंट. और जितने भी टेक स्टार्टअप्स हैं, लास्ट थिंग, टेक स्टार्टअप्स हैं, दे आर डूइंग वंडर्स, बट द कमर्शलाइजेशन पार्ट इज़ मिसिंग कि व्हाट इज़ इन इट द बिजनेस मॉडल. तो बिजनेस मॉडलिंग के ऊपर थोड़ा सा फोकस रखें simultaneously. The product is being developed, wow, but it has to be given a projection on the international and the local market as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And you're absolutely right. This is a weak link. It is a link that we are very strongly trying to break every day or make every day, I guess. So, अगर आप NAST का चक्कर लगाएं, NASTP का चक्कर लगाएं, you are going to see this difference in ecosystem which has been created. So, I'll talk about the university. We have an ecosystem and an office which is called the Innovation and Commercialization Office of NAST, and the director is sitting here somewhere. They have already licensed about 100 patents to industry. So, this connectivity has only happened in the last 3 odd years. Our startup ecosystem has already graduated over 130 startups, and they have, mashallah, now SMEs and making money. So you have those, as I was saying in my talk, you have those islands of excellence, very small. Out of the 200 universities, maybe 5 or 10 are doing this, but they are very small. We need the help of the industry to grow them. The universities are not going to be able to do this ourselves. And we need the help of the government to do this in terms of incentivizations, etc. But you have be encouraged at least by the fact that this is happening. And we would very much look forward to your role in helping us grow this system. Right now, NAST has a partnership with 16 other universities in which we are collaboratively linking up with industry. NAST right now has 2 offices in Chambers of Commerce, one in Sialkot and one in the site associations. So this partnership is being grown by both sides, alhamdulillah. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sidra and I am from National Defense University, Islamabad. I have a question for Dr. Ismail Dameer. Sir, what steps have been taken to establish regulatory and financial support mechanism that will enable small and medium-sized enterprises to more effectively engage with and contribute to Turkey's defense sector? Thank you.
So if I understand correctly, the financial mechanisms to support the industry, this is the question. Of course, government support is there, but in the meantime, you must create some kind of volume, and also multi-use technologies should be driven. Like any financial support will expect a return, and government support, okay, may not expect a return, but if you ask an investor to invest, naturally there will be an expectation of return. After some point, your domestic needs and will cover, but after that, either you should go for multi-use or you should increase your export. There are so many incentives in the government, not only in defense oriented, but Ministry of Industry and Technology has a lot of research support. And interestingly, many of the companies are not aware of the fact how vast this support is. I mean, this is a kind of bureaucracy, but in the meantime, making bureaucracy easier will make them to reach these kind of financial supports. And at some point, for example, we requested some, let's say, official banks, government banks, to give some special treatment to defense companies that they have accepted. So this may be a last resort you can go, but even we can do this time to time. But after a while, technology is something common. It's not just for defense. As General stated out, for example, in aviation, 80% goes civilian area, 20% defense. So anything that you develop, you must have an idea to make it civilian and consumer use. This is going to be another support. And direct financial support will be a short term always. A company should have some kind of volume and capability or capacity to sell to make it sustainable.
Hello, sir. Assalamu alaikum. Myself, Munir Miman. I'm a journalist, and my question is from Dr. Athar Usama Saab. Dr. Saab, it's a known fact that Pakistan's population is based on youth, and our 60% youth, though it's the biggest strength, but if the strength does not have the right education, and with these gadgets in their hands, and we know that these gadgets can be very helpful, but if you do not have the right kind of education, this can be deadly dangerous. And that is how inflicted the polarization in our society. What do you think that we should be doing to stop this thing and just limit the polarization? Because having all these weapons and big guns and machines, we all know the Pakistan's defense capabilities. But this is something which is hammering Pakistan for over a decade or so. Thank you, sir.
आपने मुश्किल सवाल मुझसे पूछ लिया है. So I don't think we can stop this thing. I think we need to focus on educating our people properly, making them critical thinkers, and then depending upon the good education that we give them to kind of decide for themselves. Unfortunately, we are living in a post-truth society. We are going to see a lot more of this polarization and fake news and fake media and all kinds of things. The whole world is unfortunately suffering through it, and increasingly with the use of artificial intelligence and generative AI, this is going to be a problem that is going to be essentially grow at an exponential pace. 2 years ago, most of the content that was on the internet was generated by actual humans. They were based on some kind of thinking process, some kind of experience, some kind of learning, some insights. Today, a lot of that content is machine generated, created by a mind that we don't even properly understand how it works, right? And in another few years, probably 95%, 98% of the content on social media will be like that. So I think the only way to address this is to educate our children well and make them discernible consumers of this information that is going to be thrown at them. There is no other way. You cannot shut this down. This is a genie that is out, and you just have to deal with it. And I think the best way to do is to educate them.
Thank you very much. We'll have to stop here.
Last question.
Chal, last question.
My name is Mariam Sabah Chaudhary. I'm an alumni NTU ISRA, and I'm the chairperson of FPCCI licensing with government agencies. So we are very much into licensing with the agencies and the forces. I have two questions, but with Farhad Saab and second Dr. Liaquat Saab. Farhad Saab, I would like to know about the latest satellite technology and the projects of Pakistan, the satellite projects, where we are standing, because recently India has both initiated their satellite project. My second question is with Dr. Adnan Saab. Sir, I have really missed the main business partner of Pakistan, the business community, FPCCI, Federation of Pakistan Chamber of Commerce Industry, in your onogram. I have seen the PSCB as a strategic partner, I have seen the Pasha, but the main business community owners who are looking all the taxpayers, who's helping the government and everything. So I missed the FPCCI president part or his contribution in the strategic part. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, is your question about the defense technologies?
Sir, space ka puche, I can answer that. I'll answer both questions.
Okay. Actually, space technologies that we see across the globe, we also have people working in space. You have people in our space program in Karachi. So space technologies go, actually all technologies, like the moderator was saying, start from the word software. You got to master the word software to get into any technologies. These days, even the fighter aircraft, 80 to 90% that you see next 10 years though, they'll be software controlled. All UAVs are software controlled. Everything is software. So first technology that will help you get into the space technologies and master those is learning the software. And then the hardware. Hardware, we are not too good in it in terms of synergy. Why? Because we are, like I told you in my presentation, we have been getting technologies, purchasing the products. We've not been making the products, like ex-chairman NASCOM also said, we need to become OEMs. So we are short of hardware technologies. Hardware technologies are not available easily. So we have to develop the private sector industry, help the education institutions, students to work in this direction and start to get in the hardware also. But we are doing it, you saw the NASCOM going, the NASTP, you saw NAST. So all institutions are working in it, but we need to accelerate at a faster pace through academia-industry relationship.
Okay, ma'am, as far as your first question was concerned, I will just add on to that. NASTP has more than 20 divisions I mentioned. One of the major divisions of NASTP is Space Systems Division. And we are very comprehensively and very aggressively following not only the lost mileage, but also trying to leverage the now nanotechnologies, microtechnologies. So I'm happy to report to you that with Turkish collaboration, we have recently finished the design and development of a microsatellite that has been packaged and is awaiting launch with the launching partner. So that is one. And then we have also developed our own satellite antenna. You can visit us in Hall 6 in the main pavilion, and you will get a very detailed briefing by the chief director of that particular domain. Apart from that, Pakistan Air Force has also, to leverage its dominance, any Air Force cannot survive now without Space Force. And you will see a global trend also, many Air Forces launching the Space Forces. Our Body Chief of the Air Staff has formally announced the Pakistan Air Force Space Force. So you cannot call it Pakistan Space Force or PF Space Force. That has been formally launched, so there's an operational side to it, there's a development side to it, and we're leveraging it. For the second part, I can only apologize, and I can assure you that next presentation I give on big forum, FPCCI will be there. Thanks for inviting me to your stall. Because of the commitments, I couldn't come over. I will come over and meet you today as well. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Moazzam Toor, CEO of Capital Engineering Corporation.
Please, people who have the mics, no more questions after this.
Sir, just flash. Yes. So I am doing indigenization, local development of aerospace, world's only 100% blind technologist. I am doing aerospace indigenization and supporting the entire SPD in different areas, mechanical, metallurgy, electronics, and so on. So my question is that I've been also involved with academics. I'm a member of National Curriculum Review Committee in the aerospace, representing industry of Pakistan in HEC. So my question is that the real problem is the integrated, well-defined, well-worked policy for localization, which is non-existing at this very moment, making us a real big issue, and that is the biggest impediment. Because if we have a well-defined, well-worked, researched indigenization policy for public, private, and defense sector, then this country can go very fast toward the localization of both software and hardware. So I want to know the document. The other aspect is that even if we buy one product, but if we have good policy, we can do reverse engineering. And this I have done in last 35 years and developed more than 150 aerospace products with blind eyes and with no money and no infrastructure. Thank you very much, sir.
So thank you very much, and thank you very much for attending the session. It's an honor having you here. I met you a little while ago. I'm at the National University of Sciences and Technology, and I heard some of your the things that you have done. It's an inspiring tale for anybody. You're absolutely right. The policy level has to happen. It's not that we don't have a policy. The policy has been created and modified many times. It's more about implementing it. And on my own personal level, I believe that these small efforts that are happening, including today's session, are part of that growth and the evolution that we are going towards. So this is the first time that in ideas you have a university and startups being represented in one of the main pavilions. And a lot of thanks to the general running this show and who's actually been the passion behind getting these people here, and to Secretary Saab who's facilitated all of this. This is the first time this has happened. And Alhamdulillah, this will become the first step in the thing that you are talking about, where this partnership and this policy level government, academia, youngsters, startup, industry partnership will become active and will give us the results that we need. So I will have to end the session here today. We have kind of run out of time. Thank you to all our panel speakers for very, very enlightening words. It was a very, very good talk by each one of them. I think we touched everything from the history of how it was developed, how Turkey has changed its defense industry, how Pakistan has developed its defense industry, and how we are trying to take it into the future. I believe this partnership between civil and military has to become more effective because the future technologies are coming from the civil sector. The 18 to 25-year-old youngsters who are in universities have to become the workforce of the software industry. Otherwise, we are going to lose a large portion of these people, and I believe the government can play a major role on this. With that, I will wrap up this session. Thank you very much all for listening to us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of our thematic session. I thank the esteemed guest speakers and moderators for their valuable insight and deliberations. I would encourage you all to give a big round of applause to our speakers and moderator. The moderator and speakers are requested to take their seats in the audience so that we can move towards the closing session of the seminar. Moving on to the closing session, I would now invite Lieutenant General Mohammad Chirag Haider, 𝐿𝐴 Military, retired Secretary, Ministry of Defense Production, for his vote of thanks.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. As we conclude this enlightening session, I would like to extend my gratitude to each one of you for taking the time and joining us for a very important discourse on Pakistan's defense production potential, its challenges, opportunities, and the way forward. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude today's session, we are reminded that while the road to enhancing Pakistan's defense production potential is challenging, it is simultaneously rewarding too. After today's session, we can better appreciate the importance of technological advancement, innovation, and strategic collaboration in overcoming obstacles and unlocking the comprehensive potential of our industry. The journey ahead requires a joint and synergetic effort from all stakeholders as we remain committed to fostering an environment of growth, collaboration, and excellence in our defense sector. On behalf of the Government of Pakistan, I would like to take this opportunity to express our steadfast commitment to supporting the development of indigenous defense production capabilities, ensuring that Pakistan remains self-reliant and resilient in the face of evolving security challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to our distinguished speakers and the moderator, particularly Dr. Ismail Damir, who came all the way from Turkey to share his invaluable perspective with the audience. Thanks a lot, sir. His expertise and perspectives on the challenges facing Pakistan's defense production sector, opportunities for growth, and way forward have truly been enlightening. We are grateful for his time, effort, and thought-provoking contribution. I would also like to thank our committed audience. Ladies and gentlemen, your attendance and participation in today's seminar reflects our shared commitment to boosting Pakistan's defense sector. Your questions, your comments, and feedback have enriched our understanding and shall complement our collective effort for seizing opportunities and overcoming challenges. Before concluding, I would like to appreciate DEPO's organizing team and ISRA for their dedicated contributions and meticulous planning in making this event a tremendous success. Thank you all once again for your participation and support. Pakistan, Paindabad.
Thank you very much, sir. You are requested to continue your kind presence on the stage, and DG DEPO will join you so that we proceed with the presentation of souvenirs to our esteemed speakers and moderators one by one. Center. I would first invite on the stage Professor Dr. Ismail Dameer. Air Marshal Farhat Hussain Khan, retired. Dr. Athar Usama Siddiqui. Dr. Nabil Hayat Malik. Air Vice Marshal Liaqatullah Iqbal. And lastly, Air Vice Marshal Dr. Rizwan Riaz, retired. I would now request the Director General, Defense Export Promotion Organization to present the souvenir to our Honorable Chief Guest. I would now request the speakers moderators to kindly assemble for a group photo in the center of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of today's seminar. We would now like to thank the Honorable Chief Guest, Moderator, eminent speakers and our participants for their participation in making this seminar a success. Allah Hafiz, Pakistan Zindabad, long live Pakistan.
idea.